Devi Parashakti, and it's a very special and unique archana offered to Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. The offering is a gold coin inscribed with each of the 1,008 names to receive the blessings to have the Ananta Kalyana Guna, all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. Yes. Now, the next offering is the Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl. And the pearl is actually very highly associated with Devi Meenakshi. So we'll be chanting in this offering the verse from the Meenakshi Pancharatnam. Muktahara nalasat kirityarajiram purnendu vaktra prabham shinjannu purakinkini manudaram padma prabha pasuram sarvabhita falapradam girisutam vani rama sevitam Meenakshi pranatosmi santatamaham karunyavaram nitim. I bow down to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and face shining like the full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstone and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of a lotus, who grants all wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. Yes. So this Mukta Anguti offering can give you the blessings to be showered by her compassion and pure love in all of your business endeavors. The next slide, please. The next offering is the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. And in the Kamikagama, all the kalasas should be wound around with a suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with the lotus flower made of gold. There are hundreds of spiritual and scriptural references for using lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involves the consecration of deities of worship or meditating on, or the mudras and asanas used during worship involves the lotus flower, lotus leaf, lotus pericarp, and lotus petals. The lotus is a divine flower, and the Shakti of Paramashiva is also called the lotus, and base of Paramashiva Linga is the lotus as well. The disciple of Paramashiva is also considered as the lotus about to bloom. You can offer the gold lotus in any size that you want to be blessed to have the state, space, powers, and being of Devi Parashakti in your inner space amidst any and every adverse situation in your life. Yes, and the next offering is the Swarna Metti, the gold touring offering. This gold touring is a traditional Hindu piece of jewelry that all women in the Hindu families, the married Hindu women wear. And the gold toe ring actually represents so much of significance, especially on Devi Parashakti herself. We'll just be chanting the pramana for the toe ring and the feet of Devi Parashakti. Nakadidita samchana namajjana tamo guna padadvaya prabhajala parakrata saruruha. You whose brightness from toenails destroy the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet, you whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. This Varnameti offering can bring so much of auspiciousness and bliss in your life. So you can offer this Varnameti offering. And for any of the offerings that we are presenting to you today, you can go to tiny.cc/Devi offering. You can offer the toe ring to Devi, adorning her sacred feet, to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings, even in the most difficult aspects of our life. And the next slide, please. The next offering is the Swarna Mangtika, the golden hairline jewelry. Again, this is another beautiful offering from the sacred Hindu tradition. And the Mangtika is actually a very significant piece of jewelry, which represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara Chakra, which is fully open. For those of you who don't know, the Sahasrara Chakra, when fully opened, is seated on the crown of the head and is represented by the fully open 1,000-petaled lotus. So from that Sahasrara Chakra, which is open, the nectar which is flowing from that flower is represented by the Mangtika, the jewelry. So in the different verses, Devi Parashakti is described as Shuddha Sarabhi Varshani, meaning she who makes the nectar flow in all of the nerves from the Sahasrara, or she who gives the very present experience of the ultimate. So you can offer this Varna Mangtika, the golden hairline jewelry, in order to experience overflowing gratitude and complete completion in your life. Yes, we can go on to the next slide, please. The next slide, please. Yes, so now the next offering is the most coveted, most enjoyable Pratyaksha Pada Puja. And also on July 23rd is Guru Purnima. So make sure that you're getting ready, at least to offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja on this extremely auspicious day. So I'll just chant the Pramana once again for the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Nakadidita samchana namajjana tamo guna padadvala prabhajala parakrita saroruha. The illuminating splendor of Devi's toenails dispel the darkness of ignorance in the devotees. Prostrating at her feet defeat the lotus in beauty. Now in Shlokam number 83 of the Saundarya Lahari, which states that the nails have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi. In this verse, Tamoguna is darkness, and in the Stotram, Tamas is indicative of ignorance in the minds of devotees. And by constantly prostrating before Devi, their ignorance is removed and they attain ultimate knowledge. So offering this Pratyaksha Pada Puja to Devi Parashakti, manifesting through the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Jagat Guru, Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, bestows all the auspiciousness and blessings upon you. Now, the final offering is the Vastra Seva, which is the offering of the sacred cloth, which you can also offer. Now, this is a table of all of the offerings that we have available for you to do today. And not only if you are ready to make the payment today, but also if you really want to make these offerings, any one of these offerings, either because you have a personal sentiment behind wanting to offer one of these in some way or form to Devi Parashakti, so that it is offered at her sacred feet, out of your personal love and gratitude to Devi Parashakti, or if you, but you might not be ready. You also have an option today to fill out the intention form and the registration form for making for manifesting this offering in your life, and you will be able to also get more details if you need it for making these offerings. So in summary, all of the offerings here today are the E-Hundi offering, the Sankalpa chanting, the Devi Sahasranama cast, the Mukta Anguti offering, the Swarna Pushpangtika, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and the Vastra Seva. Yes, and the next slide, please. So once again, today there are two options that you can go ahead with if you are ready today to offer, or if you want to make your intention in offering. If you're just interested in making the offering, or you want help in sincerely manifesting this offering in your life, or you want to have more details about the offering, you can proceed to the registration form at tiny.cc/bhavasamadhi. If you're ready to make an online payment today, you can go to tiny.cc/Devi offerings. And after the payment, you can go to the Sankalpa form to ensure your details are submitted for the puja. So now we will walk you through the basic steps of how to make your payment and how to fill out these forms, and also how to make a donation on the YouTube Super Chat if that is something that you would like to do today. So once again, all of these offerings are beautiful ways that you can offer your gratitude at the feet of Devi Parashakti today. And not only that, with the Guru Purnima Brahmotsavam being celebrated, this is a very auspicious time to also offer the Pratyakshapada Puja at the feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the Guru Purnima day. Guru Purnima day is July 23rd. So make sure that you're noting in your calendars to join Kailasa for the celebrations on this auspicious festival. Yes, so we'll just be going through the walkthrough now. And we'll be right back with you to the walkthrough for the payment process.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, so as you can see here, this is the Parashakti Bhavasamadhi Darshan payment form. And you can go to the drop-down menu and select the payment that you would like to make, the offering that you would like to make, and then proceed for checkout. You can say add to cart. Yes, so as an example, we're just showing one of the offerings here. You can select any of the offerings that you'd like to make and then proceed. Yes, and go to the next step. Yes. So then we can say proceed to checkout once we're at this step. And here you'll be needing to fill all of your billing details and other details required for making the payment on your for today's seva, whatever offerings that you'd like to make. So after we've filled out this form and then you proceed with the next thing, you can, that's just a very quick process. After that, you can go to the Sankalpa 2021 form and fill out that form. That form is a, here it is, it's just a very quick form where you are going to be filling out your details, your name, and also all the members on whom, for whom, on behalf of whom you are offering this seva. So these names will be chanted out during the Sankalpa, during the offering, and all of the blessings, the auspicious blessings will then be bestowed on you. So this is a very important form. Make sure that you are filling it after you make the payment. And then another option that you have to make any amount of donation is also the YouTube Super Chat. YouTube Super Chat, if you have not already, is a very unique way. You can just head on over to YouTube and become a member of the channel. Once you become a member, you can then donate to the channel any amount, or you can donate on the live feed. You can select the super chat and then you'll be taken through some very easy steps to make your donation. So these are extremely easy ways that you can be able to make a donation, make an offering in any amount that you'd like today. Thank you very much for joining us in this segment of today's program. We'll now be proceeding with the next segment of today's program, understanding from the Adi Kailasa administrators the updates from the Kailasa COVID care centers. So now we'll just be right back with you after a quick break.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanyapitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually, the spiritual prosperity. Will happen to the whole planet Earth. We all have to coexist together. We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Nithyananda. The next segment is going to be the multi-layer quarantine COVID care protection center at the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa. Now let us look at the stats today, where younger adults are more likely to report the symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorder during COVID-19 pandemic. So if you look at the age groups, from age group 18 to 24, it's about 56.2%, and age groups of 25 to 49, it's about 48.9%, and ages from 50 to 64, it is 39.1%, and from ages 65 plus, it is 29.3%. The average share of adults reporting the symptoms of anxiety disorder, it ranges from 10% in Jan to June 2019, but over the period of 2 years, in Jan 2021, when we took the same stats, it's about 41.1%, which means it's about threefold increase in the average share of adults reporting the symptoms of anxiety disorder or the depressive disorder. Now, let us look at what the employees say. They feel more than half the time at work, where they feel tired, stressed, burnt out, discouraged, distracted, and depressed. 34% of them feel they are tired or stressed out, and 27% of them feel burnt out, 22% feel discouraged, and 19% of them feel distracted, and 17% of them feel they are depressed. COVID-19 is a significant stressor for most of the Americans. Nearly 8 in 10 people say that the coronavirus pandemic is a significant source of stress in their life. And nearly 7 in 10 people say that they have experienced increased stress over the course of the pandemic. 1 in 4 essential workers, 25% of them are diagnosed with mental health disorder since the start of the pandemic. More than 60,000 US healthcare workers have contracted COVID-19, in which 300 of them have died. An estimated 300 to 400 physicians die by suicide every year. Of the health workers who treated patients during China's COVID-19 outbreak, 50% of them showed signs of depression. 45% of them showed signs of anxiety, according to the preliminary research. 15% of them, in terms of the self-reported mental health amongst the pregnant women, new mothers, they have shown 15% of them have experienced signs of depression. 29% of them are anxious. These are the stats or the percentage that we look at people before COVID-19 pandemic. But however, during the pandemic, you can see a whooping increase, about threefold increase. For example, depression, in terms of depression, you can see 40.7% of people are depressed in terms of the pregnant mother, and 72% of the pregnant mother feel anxious. More people in Bangladesh died from suicide in last year than those who were killed by the coronavirus, according to a new study on Saturday by Akashic Foundation. Bangladesh reported 70% more deaths from suicide than the COVID-19. India accounts for 17.8% of all the reported suicide cases. According to the National Crime Bureau, India has reported 381 suicides daily for the year 2019. A large study finds a dramatic increase in the number of adults in the United States reporting symptoms of depression during the COVID-19 pandemic. The number of adults experiencing depression in the US has tripled, according to a major study. Researchers estimate that more than 1 in 4 US adults now report experiencing symptoms of depression. Before the pandemic, 8.5% of US adults reported being depressed. That number has seen a rise to 27.8% as the country struggles with COVID-19. Now, 76% of them are burnt out. 57% of them uh, are worried about COVID-19 being a contributing factor. 33% of them worried about political issues have contributed to their burnt out. So you can clearly see in terms of people, 60%, nearly 60% of them are burnt out, and they suggest COVID-19 being one of the factors for them to feel extremely burnt out. And 78% of the global workforce says pandemic has negatively affected their mental health. And 85% of them say that their mental health issues are causing sleep deprivation, poor physical health, reduced happiness at home, strained family relationships, or isolation from friends. 68% of the people would prefer to talk to a robo over their manager about stress and anxiety at work. 76% of the workers believe their company should be doing more to protect the mental health of the workforce. Now, what we are seeing today is basically take any segment of the society, whether it is pregnant women or young workers or youngsters per se, every single section of the society is extremely stressed, and they are shown the symptoms of anxiety and depression disorders. At least you can see 3 to 2 folds of increase than what it used to be earlier. So that is where the world is struggling today. And here we have the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam. His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam has opened his home, the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa, to one and all for you to experience the superconscious breakthrough in this testing times of pandemic. So you can join us in the COVID care production centers, where you'll be given free food, free accommodation, free internet services. You can work from home, and most importantly, you can feel empowered. You can feel spiritually evolved during this testing times of pandemic. So you can join us and register through the link kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. KAILASA.org/KAILASACARE. So let's take a few minutes to sign up into the link kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. Now let us look at the Kailasa's libraries. Hinduism, Sanatana Hindu Dharma, is a knowledge-based tradition. What was once passed on orally from time immemorial has in the last few thousand years begun being transmitted through written word in the form of family scriptures, books, and libraries. Only if you read the original Upanishads, Brahma Sutras, Bhagavad Gita, you will understand the reality, the truth, what I stand for. Jnanalaya, the Grantha Samadhi, Hindu traditional library, has the principles like the books are the living representative of Savitri and Dakshinamurti, the meaning that they express the authenticity of the truth. From the original 100 million source books of Hinduism, barely 20% of them remain today. Through Kailasa's Department of Enlightened Civilization, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has committed his life to ensure the preservation, protection, and transmission of the age-old, authentic, time-tested Hindu knowledge. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism serves to not only protect the branches of knowledge remaining today, but also to revive this vast knowledge which has been lost over years of genocide and persecution. The Rig Vedas, one of the fundamental source scriptures of Hinduism, express the concept of Hiranyagarbha, a universal womb. From the concept of Hiranyagarbha comes the understanding of space out of which everything comes zero. From Asia to Persia, then on to Arabia through Hindu scholar Kanaka, this knowledge is today the cornerstone of everything considered as the binary logic. The traditional Hindu form of medical diagnostics and treatments, With its roots in Hindu scriptures and reference in chapters of Rig Veda, it stands as the oldest living medicinal system still being used and practiced today. This includes the use of copper in medical instruments for its antibacterial properties and the use of Ayurvedic methodology in treatments for rheumatoid arthritis and osteoarthritis. Surya Siddhanta, an ancient Hindu literature detailing the science of astronomy, including the speed of light, distance from the sun, diameter of the earth, and the planetary orbitals, long before the recent understanding of modern optics. Yoga, the age-old science and the practice of yoga, has a direct reference and origin in Hindu agamas, Patanjali Yoga Sutras, Yoga Pradipika, Rudramalayam Tantra, Garanda Samhita, and countless other Hindu scriptures. Kashmiri Saivism, the Hindu science of consciousness and awareness, extending its application through the form of mental, emotional, physiological, neurological, and physical freedom. Hindus have lived in Kashmir for more than 10,000 years. The name Kashmir derives its origin from the name of Rishi Kashyapa, one of the Sapta Rishis or the 7 great Rishis as described in Vedas. Over the course of repeated and systematic genocide, persecution and invasion, which continues to this date, Hindus were mercilessly killed and their knowledge burned to ashes. Today, Hindus in the Valley of Kashmir are less than 2% of the total population. Lost knowledge of Kashmir. In the recent forced Hindu exodus in Kashmir, Hindu population in Kashmir before the exodus of 1990, it was 160,000 people. Whereas in 2016, 30 years after the violent exodus, what we've observed is a shocking stats. Just 2,000 to 3,000 people are remaining. With this unprecedented volume of Kashmiri Saivism scriptures, literatures, scholars and saints have not only been lost forever, but continue to wither away to this date. Next is the Nithyananda University that served as the global hub of knowledge for nearly 800 years. The temples, laboratories, monasteries, and the 9-story library of Nalanda University attracted scholars from across the globe. Burned continuously for 6.5 months in 11th century, thousands of students got murdered, thousands were more beheaded, millions of manuscripts and thousands of sincere scholars who can never be replaced. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has taken up the mission to revive the world's lost freedom, lost wisdom, ancient sciences, and indigenous knowledge traditions for the benefit of humanity through Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu Library. From 2003 onwards, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been a continuous contribution to the preservation, protection, and transmission of knowledge in all its form, whether it's through collection of 100,000 plus physical literature on Hinduism, 400,000 plus digital literature, more than 240 million pages of indigenous Hindu knowledge, collaboration with 5 traditional libraries, including the most ancient Hindu monasteries and preserved personal collections, over 3 terabyte yoga scriptures collected. Next is the world's largest collection of Saiva Agamas and world's largest collection of Kashmiri Saivism scriptures. What we are seeing today now is the collection of 31,000 plus traditionally preserved palm leaf scriptures and in-house palm leaf printing for translating digital literature to palm leaf script. Thousands of recovered ancient scriptures translated in a user-friendly way for the modern man through more than 500 publications translated into 27 languages. Next, what we are seeing is the digitization of 600,000 plus pages of indigenous Hindu literature, setting in-house server and storage to host over 120 terabytes of digitalized literature. Mission and the vision of Kailasa's Nithyananda Paramashivam, which is library, housing 15 million books, 3 million manuscripts on Hinduism, 2 million source books on Hinduism, and the world's largest Grantha Samadhi, which is the living deity in the form of scriptures. State-of-art library that is spread across 10 million square feet using software-based automated library management system, establishing world's largest digital library of Hinduism, books and manuscripts. And what you're seeing now is the Mohammed bin Bakhtiyar Khilji burning of the Nalanda University. Next, what we are seeing is the destruction of the Gurukul education system. So on the left, you're seeing the total number of educational institutions that was available early in the days. If you see, in Rajahmundry, there were 249 colleges in various districts. In Muslihatnam, it is 49, Nellary 107. So it is like literally hundreds of educational institutions are available for people to avail and get benefited from. But after the British invasion happened, you can see just over the span of 30 years, the number of schools for 10,000 population just drastically, exponentially decreased. So according to Sir Henry's Lawrence, there was one school for every 1,783 inhabitants of the most backward division of the Punjab at the time of annexation. But 30 years later, in 1881, there was one school of whatsoever to accommodate 9,000 inhabitants, which is completely impossible. So one of the ideas that the British always passed to our generations is that we believed that the Hindu school of education was denied for the backward classes. We always believed that education was made available after the British rule in India. But the actual reality is completely opposite. Before the invasion, the British invasion into the education systems, there were 1,700 people of the backward class had a school to study. But within a span of 30 years, they shut down so many number of schools in such a way that 10,000 people had to access one single school, which is denying the right to education, the fundamental right that's being denied to the backward class because of British invasion into the education system. Here is what we see from the Macaulay, who says that our English schools are flourishing wonderfully. The effect of this education on the Hindus is prodigious. No Hindu has received an English education ever, continues to be sincerely watching attached to this religion. If our plans of education are followed up, there will not be a single idolater amongst the respectable classes in Bengal's 30 years hence. And this will be effected without any efforts to proselytize, without the smallest interference with religious liberty, merely by the natural operation of knowledge and rejection. I heartily rejoice in this prospect. The attack on the Hindu source scriptures. Almost 100% of the Hindu universities are destroyed. 8 major libraries, including Nalanda, Takshashila, Vikramashila, with millions of books being destroyed. There are more than 2 million temples in India, but not a single temple with library. Please understand, as per Agama, as per Vastu Shastra, the third prakaram of every single temple should have a library, but you will see there are 2 million temples in India and not a single temple with library is existing today. It is because of the sinister plan of these anti-Hindu elements and the invaders to systematically destroy the source scriptures. They destroyed these library units within the temple for us to deny the source knowledge from Hinduism. Next one is the thousands of mutt libraries being destroyed or poorly maintained. That is another sad state of affairs where you can clearly see that thousands of mutt libraries, which is the source of the very religion itself, that is being destroyed or poorly maintained. Major collection of manuscripts in the hands of Oriental institutes or the institutes funded by foreign country. Millions of source scriptures are stolen by the invaders. Several genocides of Kashmiri Pandits, if you see, it's 3 to 6 lakh people were brutally kicked out. The genocide of Shivacharyas in Tamil Nadu under the APST governments, the destruction of Hindu universities and libraries. Next is the world's largest Tamil Hindu library, which is the Jaffna Public Library, which has been completely burnt just within a couple of centuries before. Yes, 13,000 universities across Bharat and 1 lakh gurukuls were destroyed in Bengal and Bihar alone. Nine million books burnt by the Islamic invader Bakhtiyar Khilji. And what you're seeing here is all the palm leaf scriptures as being completely preserved by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to revive these Hindu scriptures. So here is an opportunity for you to be part of this COVID care protection centers where you can access this source knowledge and feel spiritually evolved. Throughout the segment, what we are seeing is number of people, it is not just the COVID, the deaths affected due to the COVID, but there are secondary impact that has been happening on the humanity, whether it is in terms of mental disorders, depressions, anxiety issues, etc. That has affected every single segment of the society. And now we have this Hinduism, which is offering solutions, life empowering solutions that is being revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through the Hindu scriptures, which is being completely made available and user-friendly to you in these COVID care protection centers. So we invite you to join these COVID care protection centers through the link below, kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. Let's take a few minutes to join these COVID care protection centers, kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. KAILASA.org/KAILASACARE. So let's take a few minutes for you to join the kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. I'm going to stop sharing. I don't know which slide it is actually.
Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. all powerful cognition, knowledge. Only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam, welcome back. Let us now go over the revelations to the world by Devi Parashakti in the Akashic readings. On 12th May, Devi revealed, I came as Nijavatara. I am blessing you. Listen. People, listen. To do good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. People of India, listen. Carefully listen. Time after time, Bharatam is Jnana Bhumi, where enlightened beings come. We cannot make Jnana Bhumi as infertile. Enlightened beings have to come. They have to live. It has to flower. Few hypocrites, because they are stuck in delusion, we cannot sacrifice the world. Cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save cosmos from being destroyed, that is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya is Adi Kailasa. Because of conspiracy of Drohis and enemies' rule, the captain had to leave the ship. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all Aushadhas, by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam, Navapashana, is going to flower. Allow people to come and take dip in the Navapashana flower. People, whoever come and dip in Vaidyasarovar, they will not have death, they will not have corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line. Every day they will come and dip in Anandalingam. Further, the revelations said, listen well to my words. For India, I made a ship as protection, the Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidyasarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa. O Indians, listen. All those regretting losing Nithyananda Nijavatara without confusion and without talking just as lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. Crores of people will come there looking for health, Navapashana water feast and medicine to get health and protection and enlightenment. To protect India from the great destruction, I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if captain is not there, ship is there. So one can see the real contrast when the so-called first world countries themselves are closing their borders during this massive global emergency, this COVID-19 pandemic, where the world does not have any solution medically or to handle the stress and depression that literally the whole world is going through. Kailasa is the only nation that has opened its doors to all without exception. It is not something where opening the doors is not something which is not fraught with risk, but how all the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa across India have been enabled, micromanaged, guided directly by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let us see in the next few minutes. Free COVID care centers have been opened across India. This includes over a dozen. And across the various states, Adi Kailasa in Vididi, Bangalore, Salem Adinam in Tamil Nadu state, Tiruvannamalai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Rajapalayam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Puduvai Adinam in the state of Puducherry, Pattanam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Siragapadi Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Sripuram Adinam in Hyderabad, Madurai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Avattipalayam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Hosur Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Baroda Adinam in the state of Gujarat. These multiple free COVID care centers have been opened by Kailasa as it rushes to aid India, as India finds itself on the verge of the COVID-19 third wave, as various news reports indicate and as the warnings indicate by various health organizations, including the World Health Organization, the oncoming third wave is expected to be the starkest, the most dangerous, and the signs of it, as one saw, already there in terms of the various variants of the COVID-19 virus, be it the Delta, Delta Plus, or the various fungi like white fungus, black fungus, green fungus, yellow fungus. All these are making their attack on humanity in the wave of this COVID-19, because even the medicines of this or whatever extra medication needs to be taken for COVID-19, whether as a cure, the person surviving the COVID pandemic is still fraught to danger because the immune system is so debilitated with the medicines that the person has to take or with the infection of COVID-19, which leaves the body so vulnerable. In the face of that reduced immunity, people facing the various attacks with all these fungal infections, which normally any human body would have been able to counter. It is not like these fungi are new or that they are variants of the virus. So at various levels, the COVID-19 protection needs to happen. One is to prevent the infection. Second, if the infection happens, how to give immediate medical care. Third, after the person recovers, how to rebuild the immunity so that the person is not fraught to the risks of getting infected with further derivatives like the various fungal infections, which are fatal, equally fatal as the COVID-19 pandemic. And on top of all these, again, not just protecting the people from the physical infection itself of the pandemic, but to ensure the mental health of the people is protected. As one saw, anxiety and depressive disorder affecting practically the whole globe. Over 50% of the population, be it youth, in fact, the youth affected more than 80%, or the elderly, and across all segments, which is working people, especially the frontline workers who are the healthcare workers and the people who go to offices and work, which includes the IT sector and other office going people. As one saw, the surveys indicate extreme amount of stress disorder, anxiety, depression, frustration, and all these affecting the workplace health. And even nursing mothers, pregnant women, these statistics indicate that anxiety and depression has increased for them almost 4 times, and more than 70% of the pregnant women and nursing mothers facing anxiety, both for themselves and their yet to be born or just born children. In the face of all this problems at multiple levels, Kailasa providing a holistic solution for COVID care, because not only are the various humanitarian services being offered by the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa across India during this pandemic, but various spiritual services are also being offered. So one is protected on all the levels we just mentioned, which is physical protection in the form of multi-layer quarantine, the mental health protection because of the spiritual lifestyle that is designed and implemented across all the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa, and making everyone a part of it by explaining the importance of it and doing it in a joyful manner. And above all, the cosmic revelations by Devi Parashakti on the global pandemic, helping to support people to tide over this pralaya, this pandemic, this global crisis. The free humanitarian services offered during this pandemic in the de facto spiritual embassies across India include the medical care in the form of various streams of medicine, including allopathy, Ayurveda, Siddha, naturopathy. All these streams used to give the best medical care to prevent the infection. So the immunity of the body is built up so that the risk of the corona pandemic impacting an individual is reduced to the maximum possible level. Infrastructure to accommodate thousands of people so that they can avail of this COVID care protection center. And all this accommodation designed and implemented in the form of multi-layer quarantine facility. What multi-layer quarantine facility means is the whole accommodation is designed so that the interaction with the outside world of the people at large is absolutely kept to almost nil. It's only how we have the frontline workers like that. Only at the entry and exit points, a certain individual or group of individuals assigned, and the whole interaction with the so-called external world is through these individuals. And within the whole premises of the de facto spiritual embassies, various layers of quarantine maintained, so that first 15 days, a person who comes into the COVID care protection center is restricted to a certain quarantine facility. And after the 15 days, if the person does not show any symptoms of ill health, the person allowed to move to the next layer, which is the residential area. So the multi-layer quarantine facility designed so that people feel protected for themselves and others. It's a community living, enforcing, implementing absolute safety and protection. And in the event of any eventuality, it is for us to be able to handle the same. There are emergency ambulances and ICU on wheels. ICU on wheels meaning till the person is able to get medical care and attention at the nearest available hospital The ICU on wheels is enabled so that the person can be taken care of in all situations. The personal protective medical equipment is provided to the people who are coming for the COVID care protection center, and food security management is done through food banks, and to sustain the whole ecosystem, organic farming is done, including vertical gardening, high density farming. So to join the COVID Care Protection Center, you can register now. If you have not already registered, go to the link https://kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. Let's take a few seconds now to register ourselves at this link.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet here. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world.
And welcome back. And as we conclude, we just want to show a few glimpses of the various activities that are happening in the Adi Kailasa COVID Care Protection Center related to Jnana or knowledge, which includes the Bhagavad Gita class, which is conducted for the members of the Adi Kailasa Protective, Preventive, Multi-Layered Quarantine Facility. So there is chanting classes, Bhagavad Gita chanting classes. There is classes held for Gurukul kids, for the kids of the COVID Care Protection Center participants, so that the kids are equally kept engaged, aligned, and inspired to live the higher truths. So with this, we move to the next segment. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home, without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
Nithyananda, welcome back to all of the viewers who are joining us for today's live program. Now, over the last few days, for this particular segment where we are going into the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we've been understanding the 8 stages of genocide and how the genocide has been systematically used in a 8-part process, how it has literally been a strategic, systematic attack against a cultural minority and or a religious and ethnical minority. And in each of these different stages, one of them was segregation and isolation. We also had programmed confusion, silent assassinations, exploiting weaknesses of a certain religious minority, and also the justification propaganda. All of these were what we had discussed in previous segments of the 8 stages of genocide. And today we're going to be concluding on the last 2 stages of genocide. Relentless persecution is one of them. And as a recap, let us understand segregation and isolation. So on the 15th of June 2012, in a single day, 2 false cases were booked against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and he was re-arrested. The disciples did not even know of the second false case and had no clue about where the police were taking the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, even after bail was granted. By isolating the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from his disciples, the police were able to illegally arrest and violate the basic human rights of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as well as make him vulnerable to mob attacks who are armed. Now, in this example, we saw how the isolation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism makes him ultimately more vulnerable to attacks, silent assassination attempts, and makes the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism vulnerable to not being able to defend himself and perpetuating the crimes done against him and Hinduism itself. Yes, we'll go to the next slide. And another example here is also from the 14th of September 2014. During the illegally administered medical tests, several hands of doctors and police, and this allowed them to attempt to poison the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and inflict serious damage on his body, which left him unable to walk. And this was another example of the horrifying acts of isolation, where they had literally surrounded and isolated the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from those who could protect him and defend him as the attacks were used against him. Now, we had gone through, after this, the segregation and isolation stage. After this, we had understood programmed confusion, as well as the next stages of persecution. Now, in this segment of the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where we present to each and every one of the viewers on this persecution, we'll be understanding the next stage, which is relentless persecution. This is stage number 6. I request the NTV volunteer to go to slide number 120. Yes. So while we get that sorted, in 1996, Gregory Stanton, one of the officials who had presented the 8 stages of genocide to the United States Department of State for the first time, and while this had been discussed since 1871 in different colleges and also the Anthropological Society of American Society, the 8 stages of persecution were officially recognized as a systematic way to demoralize and dehumanize and continue to oppress a certain culture. And we've seen this across even the Cambodian genocide, the Rwandan genocide, the Armenian genocide, and even the colonial invasion against the Native Americans. It's continuously ongoing. And we have seen continuously how this has been playing out in the favor of the anti-Hindu militant forces in the case of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the brutal persecution done against him. So we have right now the relentless persecution where all the terrorist forces repeat the mass attempts to kill until the entire community is exterminated and no evidence of crime remains, and no one is available to even tell the truth. Now, the first example of relentless persecution, we have the Bengal Plaiman. Now, in this case, one of the atrocities that happened against Hindus, where just over the course of just a few months, 3 million Hindus, 3 million Bangladeshis were starved to death. And what happened on the outside? How did the authorities deal with, and were they even held accountable for the deaths of 3 million people? Absolutely not. Instead, it was easy for them to put the blame on the lack of distribution and the people themselves, the people who are denied food in the first place. They were trying to say as if the entire community, society was disorganized and there was so much of theft happening that the food was not distributed properly. However, who was the people who were stealing the food and disproportionately taking the food away from the natives and the indigenous people, the Hindu people? It was the British population. In this way, not only in just these attacks in 1 year, but so many man-made famines were used against the Hindus in order to literally break the people and break their love for life or their psychology entirely, where hunger and the lack of food becomes the way that they die. It's the most painful death. The next slide, please. In the Holocaust and the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we saw the most relentless persecution beginning from the 3rd of March 2010, when the headquarters of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was attacked, and the very living place where he lived was literally thrown fire bombs, and they had literally set it on fire while the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was inside. The next slide, please. Here you can see the images of the attempt to kill the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, nationally broadcasted in so many TV channels. And once again, the relentless persecution continued as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was chased by the anti-Hindu militant forces for 2,300 kilometers as he went from Tiruvannamalai to Haridwar in a series of places where he was trying to find safety. And unfortunately, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had to go until Haridwar, where even there he was not able to find a place where they would not track him down and attempt to kill him. And on the media, while the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was literally undergoing so much of third-degree torture in the prison, in the media, they would mock and ridicule the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The reality was that during the illegal arrest of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in 2010, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had a extreme series of attacks against him, where the anti-Hindu militant forces had induced a heart attack, where he was immediately feeling high blood pressure and high heart rate, and due to this extreme tiredness and unable to even conduct himself. And for this reason, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism requested medical attention. And however, in the media, they ridiculed and mocked the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for having requested just simple medical attention for the for having undergone so many attacks while his heart rate was beating and he was unable to even breathe, while the anti-Hindu militant forces had attempted to poison him. Yet, as you can see here, the media had attacked and had ridiculed the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and then continue to dehumanize him in even the most sensitive situations. Again, in 2012, with so many attempts to mob lynch the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in the media, they were even publicizing that 600 armed police were required to handle the crowds around the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as he was being illegally taken into imprisonment. And we even saw how there was armed mobs that were waiting for him outside of the police station that were entirely staged by the anti-Hindu militant forces. The next slide, please. And here we have the footage, terrifying footage, where the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was absolutely at risk.
மீண்டும் போலீசாரால் கைது செய்யப்பட்டுள்ளார்.
Just this footage is extremely horrifying to watch, especially as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism literally just one grasp away from losing his life. The next slide, please. And once again, in 2014, another act of relentless persecution and genocide was the torture, genital mutilation, and the deep-rooted pain inflicted by the anti-Hindu forces against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during the illegally administered potency test in 2014. And not only against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who bore the most brute attacks, but also against the disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In 2012, one of the administrators of Kailasa was attacked and needed to be rushed to the hospitals to have 13 stitches on his head. And in 2017, as well, one of the Kailasians was literally burnt alive in the Tonde Mandalam Adinam after an attack by the anti-Hindu militant forces. And we have to ask ourselves, why were disciples, devotees, and sannyasis attacked? Here we're seeing one of the initiated disciples who was attacked in 2017 in Pavlakundru, and in 2013 another Swami of the Nithyananda order attacked in Uttarhali Adinam. And even the women sannyasis who were attacked in the 2017 Trishulam attack, all these are forms of relentless persecution where the incessant brute force would bring down the other side, the minority, to its knees. And here's a list of all of the different attacks that we had faced. And we can just say some of the different major attacks faced by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and in Kailasas across India. In 2010, we saw the worst attack, major attack, where Adi Kailasa Sarvignapitam as well as all the other Adinams in India was attacked. In 2011, staged protests and other media attacks were inflicted and staged across against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In 2012, the second major attack was in Kailasa, in Adi Kailasa Sarvignapitam. And 2013, 2014, continuously every year, an attack against Kailasa happened. Now, the last stage of the persecution against the steps and stages of Hindu genocide is the denial and diverting attention from the crimes of persecution. Rewriting persecution history, denying and hiding crimes of persecution, and blaming victims for their losses and death using extremely atrocious lies. Yes. Now, one of the first examples here is 29 million people who were forced to starve to death to finance wars of the colonial empire. And what Churchill had said, "I hate Indians. They are beastly people with beastly religion, and the famine was their own fault for breeding like rabbits." This was his own words against the Hindus, 29 million Hindus who had died, who were starved to death. From 1933 to 1950, the famines in Bengal were continuing for decades. In spite of this, colonial empire exported the grains to other countries where it was not even required, causing even more deaths in Bengal. Their PM denied it, claiming that the Hindus deserved it because they bred like rabbits. But there was no Stats Education Board Indian history books that talk about this part of the Hindu Holocaust. And in 1971, the Bangladeshi Hindu genocide killed up to 3 million people. It was the genocidal rape of 350,000 women, 10 million Hindus who had to flee the country, and 30 million who became internally displaced. And we are seeing how in the Hindu population in Bangladesh is dwindling, with less than half a drop from 1951 to 2011. 22.05% of the population were Hindu in 1951, and 60 years later, only 8.5% of the population is Hindu. Although so many people were killed and raped, this is purposely omitted from all Indian history in these books. This topic is completely denied and not discussed in any part of the world, neither as a war casualty nor as a religious persecution. From 1990 to 2018, for a long time until recently, the suffering of the persecuted Kashmiri Hindus was ignored and their human rights absolutely denied. The Indian media mafia repeatedly suppressed the atrocities done on Hindus by purposely not giving it any coverage. And the denial of persecution continued in the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the persecution against SPH. Here we're seeing a media article where 600 police were deployed for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as it is claimed on the media. And it's saying over 600 police personnel were stationed within the court premise in a two-pronged attack mode. On the 14th of June 2012, the state, on the chief minister's order, mobilized a 600 battalion paramilitary police force and fueled in $3 crore, $1.5 million for unlawful body arrest and parade of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The High Court termed the entire exercise as before order and as illegal and abusive power. The state and media always denied the persecution that they executed. And once again, another example of denial and diverting attention from times of persecution is how they denied the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in media attacks in 2019 by trying to say that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is slandering India, or in any case. The next slide, please. or trying to say that he was a traitor. Again and again, they tried to deny that there was a persecution that was happening against the supreme pontiff of Hinduism and Hinduism in its entirety. And this is exactly what even people do against the Jewish Holocaust nowadays. Jewish Holocaust deniers are the people who still are believing and reinforcing Nazi agenda and trying to revive that in some sense. In the same way, there are so many people, anti-Hindu militant forces themselves, who parade in social media all over the world how the Holocaust is not real and the persecution against the pontiff of Hinduism is not real. We have to understand that genocide is not an accident. There is a science behind it, and anybody can be targeted. And let's understand in a very example how the 7 stages of genocide were used on the Tasmanian devil. Now let's understand just this animal. It's a dog-sized animal belonging to the biological family of kangaroos and was labeled as the Tasmanian devil and pushed to extinction by killing in large numbers. Now let's see the first step. The being was named as a devil. The animal was not killed for food. It was killed because it was considered a devil. It was isolated from other beings, and just as how this being's mass killing was done by calling it the devil, same way mass killings of humans have been done by calling them thugs in 1971, and godmen in 1950 to 2020, and thieves in the 2020 Palgar sadhus murders. Number 2, program confusion. Once again, it was falsely claimed that they were a threat to livestock and animals that were hunted for fur. It was also falsely claimed that they ate human beings. General people did not dig to find the reasons why they were called devils. They were misled to recognize the animals as demonic and worthy of being killed. And 3, exploiting weaknesses. As the being was an animal, it had no say in the false propaganda built against it. Since the humans were doing this, they were not native to the land. They were easy to convince to commit such an atrocity. And again, justification propaganda. The fact that they were characterized and labeled as a devil, and the very word has a negative image attached to it, it was too easy to kill the animals. Killing these animals would be seen like a social service. And silent assassination. Until adverse effects on the nature were noticed, neither did people bother to stop killing them, nor did people realize any reason to protect them. All of them were very silently killed in large numbers. And here we have one of the highlights from Tasmanian devils, saying Tasmanian devils could restore mainland ecosystems. Reintroducing Tasmanian devils to mainland could improve biodiversity by limiting the spread of red foxes and feral cats in habitats where dingoes have been culled, and new studies suggest. So as you can see, the benefit of Tasmanian devils and how it could literally change the entire ecosystem around it was never noticed until they were entirely extinct. And again, we have the relentless persecution. People indiscriminately kept killing the being for many years. From 1941 to 2008, around 80% of these beings have been killed. And finally, denial. Till today, there is false narrative that the Tasmanian devil kills people is alive. And it is still completely untrue. Till today, it is portrayed negatively in the tourism campaign. And even after all the false narratives and exaggerations have been scientifically debunked, people recognize it as the devil. The entire Wikipedia page addresses it as the devil. The present status, The species was listed as vulnerable under the Tasmanian Threatened Species Protection Act in 1995. In 2005, and the Australian Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act in 1999 and 2006, which means that it is at risk of extinction in the medium term. Yes, we can go to the previous slide. So now we understand how the 8 stages of persecution actually happen, and how this has been repeatedly done against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now, just to recap, I request the NTV volunteers to project the slides from the 8 stages of persecution slide at the very beginning. We're just going to recap the entire 8-stage process and understand how this is a systemized attack against cultures and against so many different people. Yes. So this is the process of executing a persecution. And each one of the stages here is defined. 1, segregation and isolation. The divide and rule act. The act of isolating from the human family to make him vulnerable and easy to persecute. 2 is program confusion, making it impossible for victim and society to make intelligent, conscious decisions about violence against the victim. The 3rd is exploiting weaknesses of the public. Traits and weaknesses of the targeted individual or community are leveraged. And justification propaganda, a targeted propaganda to drive ideology into a society to justify the acts of violence against the victim. The 5th is silent assassination, where carrying out assassinations using silent means like anonymous mob, so that no one may be blamed and it may be conveniently dismissed as an accident, a natural occurrence, or a suicide. The 6th is relentless persecution, repeat the mass attempts to kill until the entire community is exterminated and no evidence of crime remains. No one is available even to tell the truth. And the 7th is the denial and diverting attention from the crimes of persecution, rewriting persecution history, denying the hiding and the crimes of persecution, and blaming the victims for the deaths. Ultimately, no one is held accountable for so many millions of people who have been traumatized, who are suffering, and who have died. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has worked so hard in the last 3 years to ensure in some way or form the Hindus have some kind of recognition for the amount of persecution going on. And he's even declared that in the United States, in Washington, D.C., that he will make sure that there is a museum for the Hindu Holocaust, ensuring that the world understands what Hindus have undergone. And the untold story of the Hindu Holocaust is untold no longer. In this way, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally done the most to ensure that Hindus have a voice, an international platform to have our stories, what has happened to Hindus, be recognized. And today, the United Nations has recognized the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and recognized the persecution done against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, especially the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the denial of rights of the women of Kailasa. I request all of the viewers to go to the link in the description or the scroll below and understand how for yourself, check out how the United Nations has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And ensure that you're spending a few minutes to share this with as many people as possible. You can share with your family and friends first, or you can share on your Facebook wall, our Twitter feed, and please also share to the people who have a larger audience, who are influential and can bring out the untold story of the Hindu Holocaust and the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to more and more people. I request each and every one of you to take a few minutes now to share with as many people as possible the link in the scroll below. And now in July, we are observing the Hindu Persecution Awareness Month, especially in the time when we are simultaneously celebrating the occasion of Guru Purnima. It is also extremely important for each and every one of us to ensure we do not take for granted the gurus who have sacrificed everything in order to pass on the science of Sanatana Hindu Dharma to the next generation and ensure the world is protected from all negative energies. It is because of the work and the leaders of Sanatana Hindu Dharma who have brought the science of Sanatana Hindu Dharma to the world that today even the world exists even. There is so many amount of nuclear weapons in the world, even to just destroy it 7 times, time and time again. And if not for the Hindu leaders, the great Paramahamsas, such as even Paramahamsa Yogananda, Osho, even Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, and even Swami Vivekananda, until the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, if it's not for the great leaders of Sanatana Hindu Dharma who have worked tirelessly to revive Sanatana Hindu Dharma and bring it to the world, we would have seen the end of the world long back. Now, during this pralaya, as the world is seeing such tragedy in every single direction, and literally so much corruption, violence that is happening, it is only the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism who is spearheading a way to live an enlightened, higher lifestyle through the revival of the Hindu civilizational nation, Kailasa. Kailasa is the only way we can protect Hindus and Hinduism, even if we just want our next generation to understand and benefit from Hinduism as we have. All of the Hindus out there, if we are enjoying and cherishing anything from Hinduism, whether it is the stable family structure that we have learned from Lord Rama, or the sciences that we have contributed to the world by the ancient Vedic rishis, or any different great contribution, if we are enjoying that today, it is because of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and it is because of the Hindu gurus who have sacrificed everything to bring that down to our generation. We have to take responsibility to protect gurus, recognize the Guru Parampara, and ensure that we are giving our gratitude and taking responsibility to continue on the Guru Parampara. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the sole leader, the last lamp for Hinduism and reviving Hinduism. And we each and every one of us have a role and responsibility in reviving Kailasa as he is spearheading this grand revival of Kailasa. Once again, I encourage each and every one of the viewers to go to the link in the scroll below, and you can share with all of your friends, with everyone, about the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Finally, because of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his hard work to ensure the international audience has a way and understands the truth of what's going on against Hindus, finally, each and every one of us has a voice, a way to retell the story of the Hindu Holocaust. So let us take a few minutes and share. And as we're coming to the conclusion of today's segment on this series on for the Hindu Persecution Awareness Month, you can ensure that that you are doing your part by sharing this link with as many people as possible. If you are Hindu, let us reclaim our Hindu identity today and ensure that we take responsibility in some way or form to make sure that everyone knows what has happened against Hindus, and as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, what he bore, what sacrifice he did to revive the nation of Kailasa. So with this, I'll now conclude this segment of the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Every single day, we are spending just an hour of this program in order to share with all of you what is the truth behind the persecution and the Hindu Holocaust and what actually has happened. Please stay tuned and join us back for the further segments in this series as we are continuing to observe the Hindu Persecution Awareness Month. We'll now end with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadhaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Harihi Om Tat Tat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukar Pranamastu. Om Shanti. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of dharmo rakshati rakshitaha. When you protect dharma, dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognitions, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
காணாதத கண்டாரே கண்டாரே காணாதத கண்டாரே ஒரு வீடு ஒரு கூடு அட எதுவும் கிடையாதே சாக்காடு பிடிமூப்பு அதையெல்லாம் கடந்தாரே கண்டாரே கைலாசம் கண்டாரே கூத்தாடும் சடையாண்டி அதை குறியா கொண்டாரே காத்தோடு கதை பேசி சிவஞானம் கண்டாரே பத்தோட ஓரட்டு பத்தோட 18 சித்தர்கள் விளையாட்டு எத்தனை பேருக்கு தந்தாரோ விளையாட்டு சித்தங்கா போக்கு சிவம்போக்கு என சொன்னாரே பித்தங்கா போக மருந்தாக தனம் வந்தாரே வடகாசி தென்காசி வழியோரன் சித்தரடி அடியாத்தி முடிஞ்சாக்கா அடையாளம் கண்டுபிடி கண்டாரே காணாதத கண்டாரே கண்டாரே கைலாசம் கண்டாரே கண்டாரே காணாதத கண்டாரே ஒரு வீடு ஒரு கூடு அட எதுவும் கிடையாதே சாக்காடு பிடிமூப்பு அதையெல்லாம் கடந்தாரே கண்டாரே கைலாசம் கண்டாரே கூத்தாடும் சடையாண்டி அதை குறியா கொண்டாரே காத்தோடு கதை பேசி சிவஞானம் கண்டாரே பத்தோட ஓரட்டு பத்தோட 18 சித்தர்கள் விளையாட்டு எத்தனை பேருக்கு தந்தாரோ விளையாட்டு சித்தங்கா போக்கு சிவம்போக்கு என சொன்னாரே பித்தங்கா போக மருந்தாக தனம் வந்தாரே வடகாசி தென்காசி வழியோரன் சித்தரடி அடியாத்தி முடிஞ்சாக்கா அடையாளம் கண்டுபிடி கண்டாரே காணாதத கண்டாரே கண்டாரே கைலாசம் கண்டாரே கண்டாரே காணாதத கண்டாரே ஒரு வீடு ஒரு கூடு அட எதுவும் கிடையாதே சாக்காடு பிடிமூப்பு அதையெல்லாம் கடந்தாரே கண்டாரே கைலாசம் கண்டாரே கூத்தாடும் சடையாண்டி அதை குறியா கொண்டாரே காத்தோடு கதை பேசி சிவஞானம் கண்டாரே பத்தோட ஓரட்டு பத்தோட 18 சித்தர்கள் விளையாட்டு எத்தனை பேருக்கு தந்தாரோ விளையாட்டு சித்தங்கா போக்கு சிவம்போக்கு என சொன்னாரே பித்தங்கா போக மருந்தாக தனம் வந்தாரே வடகாசி தென்காசி வழியோரன் சித்தரடி அடியாத்தி முடிஞ்சாக்கா அடையாளம் கண்டுபிடி கண்டாரே காணாதத கண்டாரே கண்டாரே கைலாசம் கண்டாரே
ஐயா சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர ஐயா சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர இறப்பு நான் அறிய வரவறிய கை செலவறிய பரசிவ திருவடி மறந்தறிய சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர ரகர சிவ 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 ரகர சாமி பழிய அறிய கொண்ட வழியறிய பாவ புண்ணியம் நான் அறிய குலமறியேன் பிறர் நலமறிய நீலகண்டன மறந்தறிய சிவ 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 அரகர அரக
नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव समारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमशक्ति मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्य पर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम् I welcome you all with my love and blessings. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Shri Mahants, Mahants, Tanidar Kotari, visitors, viewers, sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, Kailasa's HN TV. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's direct message from Kailasa. Listen. Your experience about you is conscious sovereignty. In reality, your experience about you is conscious sovereignty. Your prenatal, postnatal habits Listen intensely. The conscious sovereignty is the core of your reality. Your prenatal, postnatal habits cannot bind you or chain you. Prenatal habits are called karmas. Postnatal habits are called patterns. Both together can be called as mind. Mind which chains you, binds you with your prenatal, postnatal patterns, habits, attitudes, karmas cannot bind you in reality. Listen. I am revealing the truth as it is. This is literally Nirvana Diksha. Truth as it is without being clothed, dressed, or any makeup. Raw, straight, wild, real truth as it is. Your conscious sovereignty is your reality. Your prenatal patterns and habits and karmas, postnatal patterns and habits and karmas, nothing can actually bind you. Nothing can actually chain you. Understand? Your delusion, you are bound, itself is an illusion. I'll tell you. I'll give you one example. My Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara told me very clearly one statement. கண்ண பிரம்மாண்டத்துல இருக்கிறதாம்பா பிண்டாண்டத்துல இருக்கு. நீ தினம் பார்க்கிற ஜாக்கிரத் சொப்ன சுஷுப்தி இந்த 3 நிலைகளையும் புரிஞ்சதுனாலே 25 துரியாதீதம் வரைக்கும் முழுசா எல்லா நிலையும் புரிஞ்சிரும்பா, அனுபவம் ஆயிடும். I'll translate in English. He told me, whatever is in the cosmos, macrocosm, is in the microcosm. Whatever you go through in your deep sleep, dream and waking state, if you start understanding, you will realize all the 25 states up to Turyadita and experience. This is the formula, basic formula he gave me. Understand this formula. I'll give you more detailed, deeper revelations. When you wake up from a nightmare, you always feel bad for suffering those few seconds or minutes in the nightmare. Instead of celebrating, you are free from it. Same way, whenever you are out of delusion by a powerful cognition, celebrate you are out of delusion due to powerful cognition. Don't try to repent, feel powerless, guilty about the delusion with which you suffered. Listen, actually, in reality, delusion itself is because of your non-involvement, inactivity, withdrawal. When an elephant sleeps, even a wolf and fox will try to bite his leg. Listen. When an elephant sleeps, wolf and fox will try to bite his leg. When a lion is fast asleep, even wolves and foxes will try to eat the meat. Listen carefully. I'll repeat. Because the lion is sleeping, wolves and foxes get the courage to come near the lion, try to eat the leftover meat. Because the elephant is sleeping, wolves and foxes will try to come and bite the feet of the elephant, try to take a bite. Because you are not involved with yourself, even your delusion is invited upon you. Listen. Why you have nightmare? Because you fell into the lower conscious identity. Your decision to fall into the lower conscious identity naturally invites nightmare in you. Your decision to wake up to the higher identity not only will throw away the nightmare, it can throw away all delusions and illusions. When you have delusions, illusions, sufferings, do not try to work on facts, figures, informations. Work on your identity. If you are having a nightmare, a tiger is chasing you, you are about to fall from a cliff below, lake filled with crocodiles, too many poisonous snakes, don't try to get a gun and try to kill all that animals. Don't try to work with the scene. Stupidest, most foolish thing is trying to work with the scene before attending to your lower conscious identity. Even if you kill all the tigers, elephants, crocodiles, animals you are seeing in your nightmare, you will see new animals will be immediately replaced. Listen. Working on your conscious reality will wake up your conscious sovereignty in you that will solve millions of problems you are facing in your life, even in a very practical, strategic way. You always think, will my conscious sovereignty help me to strategize and win in my life? You think, oh, if I am awakened, achieve conscious sovereignty, I may leave all this and that way all my problems will be solved. But I wanted to play this game and very strategically, successfully. Hey, I am telling you, wake up to the higher conscious sovereignty. You will be amazingly strategic. Amazingly strategic. Successful. Extremely blissful. Declare your conscious sovereignty, supremacy over your prenatal, postnatal karmas and patterns, habits, attitudes. Everything you acquired before your birth, prenatal, after your birth, postnatal. Declare your conscious sovereignty, conscious supremacy over all that. All that. Prenatal, postnatal cannot bind you. Cannot bind you. How your nightmares cannot bind you. Even when you go through your nightmares, you are not really affected. Listen. In your nightmare, if you are seeing a snake biting you, a poisonous snake biting you, it's not that your body really gets poisoned and you die. No. All nightmare is designed ultimately to wake you up. All delusions are designed ultimately to enlighten you. Sani comes in your life. Rahu comes in your life only to wake you up to Guru and give you enlightenment. Understand? Even your delusion is nothing more than you just slapping your face and waking yourself. How sometimes in the morning you wash your face and just slap yourself and wake you up. Or stretch your body, do yoga and make yourself fully awake. Same way, your delusions are designed to wake you up. Listen. Your realization of your conscious sovereignty will bring ultimate relationship between you and me. You know, you are Paramashiva, I am Paramashiva, and with extreme oneness, how you love you, you will love me. Only a person who realizes his conscious sovereignty, his relationship with me, it will be eternal. I trust only that relationship. This is the chastity of your soul, consciousness. This Guru Purnima, I give you all the gift, establishing relationship between you and me, conscious sovereignty centered. You are conscious sovereign being, Paramashiva. And I am Paramashiva, you are Paramashiva. How you love you, same way you love me. How I love me, same way I love you. We both love ourselves and each other in oneness. I give you all this sweet gift of conscious sovereignty centered relationship between you and me as Guru Purnima Prasada. From today, I'll help you all till Guru Purnima to align the conscious sovereignty centered relationship. See, if we had our relationship diluted, deluded, in course of time, little greed, little fear, that your greed, you want some boon from me, your fear, you want me to save you from some problems. If all that got added, nothing wrong, you don't need to worry about it. It is just a small delusions. But now let us revive, re-establish our relationship conscious sovereignty centered. Understand? Many times my disciples come and tell me, you all the time train only me, find only faults on me. See, the other person is also having the same problem, but you don't tell anything to them. Listen. When I am correcting you, working on you, cleaning your patterns, how do you expect I will not do the same on the other person also? I do it when you don't see, or the way you can't see. But with each one I am working to evolve our relationship conscious sovereignty based. Understand? The truths I am talking today is the pure Nirvana Diksha. Listen carefully. Your reality means Jiva Tattva, Jiva Satya. Your existence's reality is conscious sovereignty. And with that same realization, you are a conscious sovereign being. Relating with Paramashiva is the love centered on oneness. Paramadvaita Bhakti. You know, you are conscious sovereign being and your Guru is conscious sovereign being. As you love you, you love your Guru. It is due to the oneness you feel with your Guru, you love him deeply. Jiva relating with Ishvara should be through this Paramadvaita Bhakti. Ultimate oneness centered Bhakti. First. Second, your Jiva, soul, which declares conscious sovereignty over this Jagat world, manifests most powerful existence and life, Ishwaratva, over this whole existence. That is the core principle, truth, from which all power manifestation happens. So understand, you declaring your conscious sovereignty is jnana, knowledge, of the truth. Yukti, powerful yukti, and buddhi, powerful knowledge. You, with that same realization of conscious sovereignty, in love with Paramatma, Parabrahma, Parandama, Paramashiva, Paramburul, the Guru, who gives you this knowledge, having oneness and love with that being, is Parama Bhakti, the ultimate Bhakti. You declaring your conscious sovereignty over this Jagat is Paramashakti, ultimate power. Listen. You declaring conscious sovereignty, realizing that as a reality, deciding to live it, is Buddhi, the greatest Parama Buddhi. You, with that same realization of conscious sovereignty, connecting with your Guru, loving him as you love you, because you are also Paramashiva, he is also Paramashiva. In that oneness, loving him is Parama Bhakti. You declaring your conscious sovereignty within you and conscious supremacy over this Jagat is Paramashakti, power manifestation. Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat, these three, when it becomes centered on conscious sovereignty, you are Paramashiva. Listen. Even now you are Paramashiva. Realizing it is the Paramayukti, ultimate truth and strategy for life. I'll tell you. In the cosmic level, Paramashiva has 5 of his dimensions: creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, destruction and rejuvenation, putting in and pulling out of delusion, and liberation. All these 5. In your microcosmic life, in your Pindanda microcosmic level, you play the same game. Every day, the new cells getting created, new organs getting manifested in your body is your creation. All of you need to know. Including your brain, everything gets newly created. New cells are created every minute, every second. This is your creation. In microcosmic level, in macrocosmic level, the planets which manifest planets are getting created. In microcosmic level, the cells are created. In the macrocosmic level, whatever is created is continuously getting sustained. In microcosmic level, the body you create is getting sustained. The life you manifest is getting sustained by you. You continuously breathing, inhaling and exhaling, keeping you alive is sustenance, maintenance in microcosmic level. In the macrocosmic level, destruction, rejuvenation, samhara is black holes swallowing big bangs. In the microcosmic level, the old cells getting killed and new cells getting formed is rejuvenation, samhara. In your body, in your microcosmic level, pindanda level. Same way, in the Brahmanda level, the delusion is cosmos creating deluges, pralayas to rejuvenate itself, clean itself. I told you, this year, not just corona, there are so many other natural calamities. To clean the collective negativity will happen. This deluge, pralaya, will clean up a lot of collective negativity. You can see the heat wave all over the world. All the Panchabhutas playing and aligning itself. In the cosmic level, this is the delusion. Throbhava going on. In the macrocosm, Pindanda level, you forgetting your existence as Paramashiva, higher reality, falling into the nightmares and going through, is the small scale Throbhava. Delusion in the Pindanda, microcosmic level you go through. In the cosmic level, Brahmanda level, liberation, anugraha is Paramashiva himself manifesting as this Nijavadara Nithyananda and making this Kailasa happen. And guiding all the beings in microcosmic level, Pindanda level, you receiving these powerful cognitions and liberating yourself from all this deluge by holding on to the Guru's feet is the liberation happening in you. Understand, whatever is happening in Brahmanda, macrocosm, is happening in your Pindanda, microcosm. So don't worry about your delusions. Don't be powerless about it. Don't try to work with the facts and figures externally. Don't try to work with the seen. Work on the seer. I tell you, listen carefully. When Krishna declares his state, space, powers, being, how he is and his conscious sovereignty, whoever listened to him reached the Parandama, Vaikunta, his space. At the same time, Shishubala was trying to portray, describe how Krishna is. Whoever listened to Shishubala, lived in Shishubala's space and got destroyed. When I declare about me, my state, my space, my being, my consciousness, if you connect with that, you will enjoy Kailasa and the ultimate space, conscious sovereignty I am manifesting. Instead, if you try to do independent research, independent investigation, the druggies, rapists, devil worshippers, racists, this gang, how they try to portray me, describe me, like how Shishubala, Saguni, all of them try to describe Krishna. Same way, these culnaries, rapists, child rapists, druggies, devil worshippers, when this gang try to describe me, abuse me, and if you listen to them, their words, you will be in their space and get destroyed. You will become druggy, you will become them and get destroyed. Because with whom you relate and connect, whose words you decide to believe, you get there by energy. That is why I again and again tell you, if you are doing your independent investigation based on the opinions of the druggies, child rapists, racists, criminals, culnaries, and devil worshippers, you will only reach their space, rot and die in their space. Listen. That is why it is important to connect with how Krishna introduces himself, not how Shaguni or Shishubala introduces Krishna. Listen. Intensely, consciously, ferociously decide to work on your conscious sovereignty. It's extremely exciting, fresh, alive experience of beautiful sunrise. Conscious sovereignty is the beautiful sunrise. I tell you, if you don't have a good friends to inspire you, don't talk to anyone, don't spend time with anyone, just spend time with my satsangs. That's the best friend you can have for yourself to enlighten you. Wrong friends will destroy your life. All those people who tell you, You should do your own independent investigation. They will put their shit on your mouth. They will nicely cook it. It may even feel tasty sometimes, spicy. Only when it goes inside you will realize the impact of it. Understand? Falling into the delusion is not wrong, but not coming out is wrong. Falling into the delusion is not wrong, but not coming out is wrong. If any fear or greed knowingly or unknowingly entered between guru-disciple relationship, now is the time purifying it, rejuvenating it, pulling out of delusion and liberating yourself, getting back, aligning to conscious sovereignty centered relationship. Conscious sovereignty centric relationship. Conscious sovereignty centric buddhi, bhakti, shakti. Conscious sovereignty centric buddhi, bhakti, shakti. I tell you, have right friends who inspire your conscious sovereignty, enlightenment, and right Guru Bhakti. If you don't have that kind of friends, better don't relate with them. Don't relate with anyone. Just spend time with yourself, watching my satsang, reading my books. That will inspire you, raise you to experience conscious sovereignty. I tell you. This deluge, pralaya, brings many delusions. Lies looks like facts. See, when you are boiling with insecurity, any person giving you any information which may look like a fact, you will take that as a truth and make stupid decisions. Like this Shishubala and Saguni, when they abuse Krishna, they always get some facts, some figures, some ideas as a evidence for them. Twisted, misrepresented, manipulated. When you are boiling in hatred, you simply swallow the shit supplied to you by Shishubala and Saguni. And his gang. Shishubala Saguni gang. Description about Krishna will destroy your life and you will be destroying others' life. Go to Krishna's version about himself. that will liberate you and you will be liberating others. Listen to this satsang intensely. This conscious sovereignty centered buddhi, bhakti, shakti, yukti, strategies. These are the best things you can manifest in your life. This Guru Purnima gift for all of you from me is this conscious sovereignty centered buddhi, shakti, bhakti, yukti as a gift. As a gift. Bring your relationship with the Guru conscious sovereignty centered. He will take care of everything else. He will give you the buddhi to experience you as a conscious sovereign being. He will give you shakti to declare your conscious supremacy over this jagat with a conscious sovereignty. He will give you yukti, conscious sovereignty life strategies. Understand? Even morning waking up and doing yoga is a strategy for conscious sovereignty. Doing puja is the strategy for the conscious sovereignty. Eating vegetarian food is a strategy for conscious sovereignty. He will give you all the best yuktis. Guru will give you all the best yuktis for conscious sovereignty. The Madeleine Portuguese is writing a message. What an incredible satsang. This is exactly what I needed to hear today. Thank you, Swamiji. Hey, listen. This is exactly what the whole world need to hear. Whole world need to listen. I am talking to each one of you. Whether you are my sweet, deep feeling connected disciple or very deeply connected but very shy to express the devotion, like Maitrik Patel, very deeply connected but very shy, or deeply connected but reluctant warrior, like Anusha Kodali, very deeply connected but reluctant warrior. Oh, I don't know whether I will miss this, I will miss that. Oh, I don't know how I will feel about it. Oh, I don't know. After going to Kailasa, what will be my feeling? Will I be able to sustain? Will I be able to do this? Will I be able to do that? Will I? This is what I call reluctant warriors. Whatever may be the state or space you are in, I tell you, You all need to listen to this truth today. See, I have some of my balasans, extremely devoted. When I walk, they will come behind me, just following my footsteps. But if there is a need to protect me, defend me, they will just jump in front of me, ready to give even their own life to protect me. I tell you. Some of the most beautiful Tyagis have come down with me from Kailasa. They have come down from Kailasa. You will see their manifestations, how they manifest themselves and hold themselves. You will see now when Kailasa is open to all of you, and when you are all able to come and have the experience of Kailasa physically. That kind of a highly dedicated Tyagi disciples, from that level to people who just got connected yesterday's satsang and feel this guy is talking something with the sense. It is not that as the troll boys, the troll videos and memes guys abuse him. See, many times these trolls and memes guys, they think they can abuse me and try to put some music and edit, cut and twist, manipulate my words and try to spread. But you know, funny thing, I'll give you the statistics. There are millions of people who saw troll video, memes, abusive videos first and then Googled about me, saw the satsang and got connected and became devotees. But we don't have a single person who was a devotee and saw the troll video or memes video and lost the devotion, left me. See the whole scene. So those fools, trolls, abusers, all of them, not only all their efforts are waste, indirectly it is helping my mission. Even though they don't want to help, their intention is no way helping my mission, but the final result is helping my mission. That's the way it is ending. That's the way it is happening. So listen, whether somebody who got connected just yesterday or a great Tyagi, you may be any level disciple. You need to hear this truth. Whole world need to hear this truth of conscious sovereignty. Listen. So many people trolled, distorted, abused my statement about that me talking to me. Actually, if you see the original video, you will understand this is the Paramadvaita, the ultimate Advaitic statement. Cosmic me, Paramashiva, manifesting in this as me, talking to all of you who are experiencing me in you. All of you experience you as me. That me in you and the me in me and cosmic me, all three are made of same substance called consciousness. Because I have realized cosmic me, individual me, and the me in you, all three are one and the same. I love cosmic me, the me in you, as me in me. And that me talking through this me to the me in all of you. So many people told, I think this is a super hit troll video. But many people who got little curious, triggered, something seems to be like making sense. Why is he telling what he is telling? Let me just Google. Whoever Googled and started seeing more satsangs, they all got connected. They all got connected. I tell you, the truth you need to hear now is conscious sovereignty. The truth you need to meditate now is conscious sovereignty. Hold this in your being. Meditate on it intensely. Wherever you are, you will manifest me. Wherever you are, you will manifest Paramashiva. I am here to give you this bliss, this conscious sovereignty, the ultimate freedom. Especially when you start manifesting one or two powers from your conscious sovereignty, you will get so much strength and confidence on you. About the conscious sovereignty, you will understand what I am doing, my mission. Listen. Every breath I am taking, manifesting as words, is initiation to give you conscious sovereignty. Every movement I am doing is a sweet hug. Shaktipada, Shaktinipada, initiating all of you through Sparshadiksha, giving you conscious sovereignty. Everything I do is to make you experience conscious sovereignty. Realize conscious sovereignty. I tell you. Especially you are going through the third 7. See, first 7 year, second 7 year, third 7 year, fourth 7 year. This third 7 year and fourth 7 year means age 14 to 21 and 21 to 28. This two is the most important period of your life. If you are between 14 to 28 and you withstood this pralaya and stayed back with me, I guarantee you are enlightened. I will manifest conscious sovereignty in all its dimension in you, because that is the time internally and externally so much turbulence happens. If you are between 14 and 28 and stayed in Kailasa, means, see, if you have come already into the Kailasa and stayed with me, you won the game. If you have not come at all, but connected as a devotee and stayed as a devotee, continuing as a devotee, and then also again you won the game. Both team never came, but wanting to come, never broke the integrity. You won the Kailasa, you won the game. Came, withstood all this turbulence and pralaya and stayed. You won the game. This is the most crucial time, this 14 to 28, to build the conscious sovereignty. The hormones, chemicals, everything. The way it churns inside, outside. The way you feel about you, because of that, the way you feel about Guru and others. Conscious sovereignty is the truth. You should digest, internalize, hold, build buddhi, bhakti, shakti, yukti out of this powerful truth, conscious sovereignty. It's the ultimate freedom and ultimate enlightenment. Sit now. Your head, neck, spine straight. No need to close your eyes. Keep your eyes open intensely, seeing me through all your three eyes. I'll give you Shakti Pada and Shaktini Pada to experience conscious sovereignty. Conscious sovereignty.
உடலுக்கில்லை என்பது மனதின் எண்ணங்களை உருவமாக கொள்ளுது. தனியா உருவம் ஒன்று உடலுக்கில்லை என்பது மனதின் எண்ணங்களை உருவமாக கொள்ளுது. தெய்வீகமான உடல் கொள்ள மனம் மாறிவிடு, உபதேசம் செய்தபடி வாழ்ந்து காட்டிடு. தெய்வீகமான உடல் கொள்ள மனம் மாறிவிடு, உபதேசம் செய்தபடி வாழ்ந்து காட்டிடு. நித்திய மந்திரமாச்சு வாழ்வின் அனந்த யந்திரமாச்சு. நித்திய மந்திரமாச்சு வாழ்வின் அனந்த யந்திரமாச்சு. ஆடலாம் பாடலாம் கொண்டாடலாம் ஆனந்தமாய் நித்தியனவன் பாதை வாழலாம். தியானமாம் நித்திய தந்த பாதை தன்னிலே ஆட்டமுடன் பாட்டமோடு ஆனந்தமாய் கொண்டாடவே. ஆன்மஞான கூடுமே வாழ்வே நித்யானந்தமாகுமே. ஆன்மஞான கூடுமே வாழ்வே நித்யானந்தமாகுமே. நித்யானந்த சத்குருவின் காலடியை பற்ற மற்ற எண்ணமெல்லாம் ஓடிவிடுமே. மனம் கொண்ட எண்ணமோட குரு நித்யனவன் சக்தி அது வாழ்வில் பெரும் மேன்மை தருமே. குருவின் வார்த்தைகளை மந்திரமாய் கொள்வது அருளை ஏற்றி உன்னை ஆன்ம வாழ்வில் சேர்க்குது. குருவின் வார்த்தைகளை மந்திரமாய் கொள்வது அருளை ஏற்றி உன்னை ஆன்ம வாழ்வில் சேர்க்குது. ஆதாரமான அந்த அல்லாளும் நித்தியனவன் சீரான பாதை தரும் வெற்றி வாழ்வுது. ஆதாரமான அந்த அல்லாளும் நித்தியனவன் சீரான பாதை தரும் வெற்றி வாழ்விது. நித்திய மந்திரமாச்சு வாழ்வின் அனந்த யந்திரமாச்சு. நித்திய மந்திரமாச்சு வாழ்வின் அனந்த யந்திரமாச்சு. ஆடலாம் பாடலாம் கொண்டாடலாம் ஆனந்தமாய் நித்தியனவன் பாதை வாழலாம். தியானமாம் நித்திய தந்த பாதை தன்னிலே ஆட்டமுடன் பாட்டமோடு ஆனந்தமாய் கொண்டாடவே. ஆன்மஞான கூடுமே வாழ்வே நித்யானந்தமாகுமே. ஆன்மஞான கூடுமே வாழ்வே நித்யானந்தமாகுமே. நித்யானந்த சத்குருவின் காலடியை பற்ற மற்ற எண்ணமெல்லாம் ஓடிவிடுமே. மனம் கொண்ட எண்ணமோட குரு நித்யனவன் சக்தி அது வாழ்வில் பெரும் மேன்மை தருமே. நித்யானந்த சத்குருவின் காலடியை பற்ற மற்ற எண்ணமெல்லாம் ஓடிவிடுமே. மனம் கொண்ட எண்ணமோட குரு நித்யனவன் சக்தி அது வாழ்வில் பெரும் மேன்மை தருமே. அப்பன் தந்த தியானமெல்லாம் இது செய்ய சித்தம் சுத்தம் கொண்டிடும் நித்யம் அந்த சக்தி சுத்தி கொண்ட சித்தம் தன்னில் ஏறிடும் பின்னே. ஆன்மஞான கூடுமே வாழ்வே நித்யானந்தமாகுமே. ஆன்மஞான கூடுமே வாழ்வே நித்யானந்தமாகுமே. நித்யானந்த சத்குருவின் காலடியை பற்ற மற்ற எண்ணமெல்லாம் ஓடிவிடுமே. மனம் கொண்ட எண்ணமோட குரு நித்யனவன் சக்தி அது வாழ்வில் பெரும் மேன்மை தருமே. என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா. என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா. எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா. எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா. என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா. ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலம் தன்னை வென்று நீலை நின்றிட. ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலம் தன்னை வென்று நீலை நின்றிட. சீரான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெரும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை நெய்தவா. சீரான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெரும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை நெய்தவா. என்னப்பன் 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 அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா. என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா. ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலில் தன்னை வென்ற நிலை நின்றிட ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலம் தன்னை வென்ற நிலை நின்றிட சீரான பாவம் கழி நீங்கி பெறும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை செய்தவா சீரான பாவம் கழி நீங்கி பெறும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை செய்தவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலில் தன்னை வென்ற நிலை நின்றிட ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலம் தன்னை வென்ற நிலை நின்றிட சீரான பாவம் கழி நீங்கி பெறும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை செய்தவா சீரான பாவம் கழி நீங்கி பெறும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை செய்தவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா
அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நேரி அருளவே நித்யனாய் உலகிற்கு வந்தம்மை ஆட்கொள்ள தேவர்களை காத்திட வைத்தான் தாயாய் பேரருள் புரிய உடல் ரோமம் சிலிர்த்திட நித்யனாய் வந்து அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நேரி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் சித்தை கிளப்பி விட்டேனில் பர தத்துவம் கற்பித்த பாரமஞானியாய் ஞானக்கண் கொடுத்த தமக்கே ரூபம் காட்டிய மாய வித்தை செய்யும் நித்யன் சித்தை கிளப்பி விட்டேனில் பர தத்துவம் கற்பித்த பாரமஞானியாய் ஞானக்கண் கொடுத்த தமக்கே ரூபம் காட்டிய மாய வித்தை செய்யும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நேரி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் மெய்ப்பொருளான நித்யனை ஆழ்ந்து சிந்திக்க ஐயனின் ரூபம் விளங்கும் தாண்டும் சிவசக்தியாக ஆக ஐம்பொறிகளுக்கும் புலனாகின்ற நித்யன் மெய்ப்பொருளான நித்யனை ஆழ்ந்து சிந்திக்க ஐயனின் ரூபம் விளங்கும் யாண்டும் சிவசக்தியாக ஐம்பொறிகளுக்கும் புலனாகின்ற நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்தில் கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் உள்ளும் பூரமும் இருந்து உயிர் பக்குவமாக்கிடும் பரமனாம் நித்யன் ஞானப்பாடித்தங்கள் ஏழும் கொண்ட ஞானமும் ஆகியே ஆண்டிடும் நித்யன் உள்ளும் பூரமும் இருந்து உயிர் பக்குவமாக்கிடும் பரமனாம் நித்யன் ஞானப்பாடித்தங்கள் ஏழும் கொண்ட ஞானமும் ஆகியே ஆண்டிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் ஆப்த வாக்கியங்களான அருள் கவிதைகள் நித்யனின் மகிமை சொல்லிடும் மகிமை அர்த்தித்த பின்னே சிவசக்தி ஸ்வரூபமாய் தோன்றிடும் நித்யன் ஆப்த வாக்கியங்களான அருள் கவிதைகள் நித்யனின் மகிமை சொல்லிடும் மகிமை அர்த்தித்த பின்னே சிவசக்தி ஸ்வரூபமாய் தோன்றிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புண்ணிய கேத்திரம் தனிலே நித்யன் உன்னத நிலை உளத்தில் வருமே விண்ணவர் மன்னவர் ஒப்ப அகிலம் ஆளும் கீர்த்தியுடை ஈசன் நித்யானந்தன் புண்ணிய கேத்திரம் தனிலே நித்யன் உன்னத நிலை உளத்தில் வருமே விண்ணவர் மன்னவர் ஒப்ப அகிலம் ஆளும் கீர்த்தியுடை ஈசன் நித்யானந்தன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் முப்புரி நூலை தரித்தவன் ஐயன் வேதியன் வெந்நீர் பூசிய நித்யன் அண்டத்தின் மூல காரணன் முடிவற்ற ஆனந்தத்தை தொண்டர் கருள்வான் முப்புரி நூலை தரித்தவன் ஐயன் வேதியன் வெந்நீர் பூசிய நித்யன் அண்டத்தின் மூல காரணன் முடிவற்ற ஆனந்தத்தை தொண்டர் கருள்வான் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட
I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, collective integrity. The state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The state, space, powers, being, and superconsciousness of Paramashiva, Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om. I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, collective integrity. The state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva. I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, collective integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, Paramadvaitam, Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागमसारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचिह्न काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम् अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंह.
Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattamasyadi Lakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is power manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagwan himself explaining what is power manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive.
Beautifully, Bhagwan explained what is power manifestation, the science of power manifestation. Bhagwan wants each one of us to manifest the superconscious space from what we understand as human being, matter, and what is superconscious being, conscious sovereignty that Bhagwan explains. To understand this science, more and more, if we start manifesting the higher truth, the higher science, it's like somebody teaching you PhD in some weird subject. It is not understood by us. And so we say, I'm bored. It's not interesting. This is not for me. But actually, when we understand this higher science, this is the science of our very own life. This is not some chemistry or biology that you're going to use somewhere. This is the way we exist. If we understand, we'll know how to create the wealth, health, happiness, bliss, auspiciousness, and abundance. Bhagavan gives a science of our manifestation. It's a science each one of us can experience, and it is possible for us to repeat again and again. The pramanas, the evidences from different space that Bhagavan has beautifully listed here. Shastra pramana, the scriptural references, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas. Apta Pramana, experience and the results of the Aptas, the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nainamas, Alvars, Siddhas, all of them are authority of Hinduism, and they know how the science of our manifestation works. The conscious sovereignty works, and they use it as a daily life, and they manifested all the powers of Paramashiva, which is time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The Atma Pramana, Bhagwan himself, account of his divine holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of our manifestation, Bhagwan's very own Leelas. Bhagwan has beautifully manifested all the signs, how a human can have a breakthrough as superconscious being and manifest all the powers. He has demonstrated in all his Leelas all the great powers. Shakshi Pramana, Shakshi Pramanas are the experience of millions of disciple devotees, followers all around the world, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva, initiated by Bhagwan. All of us have clearly manifested one or two times many of the powers that we have seen, demonstrated, and we have experienced ourselves. All that possibility exists in us is what reiterates again and again. And Bhagwan beautifully says, whoever comes to the Kailash courtyard, I myself initiate to manifest the powers. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Let's go to the Shastra Pramana. The Shastra Pramana, the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures. This is from Shiva Sutra. Shiva Sutra, Sutra 1.16. Scriptural reference for the power of depth dimension.
अपशुशक्तिः शुद्धतत्त्वसन्धानाद्वा अपशुशक्तिः.
Bhagavan Paramashiva says, by fixing the self on aiming at the pure essence, cognizing from the depth of one's being, that all that exists is Paramashiva, the pure essence, and attaining the unity with that pure essence and existential reality, Paramashiva, he experienced Paramashiva and manifests Paramashiva's infinite power. The infinity that we are, absolute that we are. Nothing can be removed from us. Nothing can be lost from us. Nobody can take away anything. Bhagavan beautifully says, you cannot be violated because you are the Brahman. You are the absolute. You are the infinity. You are conscious sovereignty. That who you are. When you function from there, simply you understand the higher science. Buddha was the greatest, one of the greatest avatar, that he was really from childhood beautifully brought up by his father, where he built 4 palaces, one for winter, one for autumn, one for summer, and one for fall. To that extent, he was in such a wealthy place and such a beautiful place. And his father said, okay, I have gone up to the extent. The Swayamvara usually happens when the men go and the women chooses the men those days, but this was the only Swayamvara where he was allowed to choose his wife, where women were all standing in line. To that extent, his father had beautifully set up the whole thing. And when the kid was born, Siddhartha, when he had his child, he thought that is done. Now his attachment is there. So he has his wife, he has his kids, so he will not get into anything. But then he goes outside and his charioteer, these charioteers are the greatest part of our life. These charioteer, Channa, he went and he told, even if you're a king, he went outside with Buddha and he's told the Siddhartha at that time that even as a king, you have to face your death. Even as a king, you have to face your disease. Even as a king, you have to face the other's loss. So these things can never be avoided. The old age or the miseries of life or the disease or the death. When he heard that, simply he gave up everything. He said, then what is the point of being a king? I thought I can be a king happily ever after, but it's never that way. As long as you're caught up with the outer world, you are always in the misery because it can never solve anything. It's like you are trying to find the shadow, but you're putting the light on. You can never find it because it can never fulfill you. It is not existential reality. Whatever we seek outside is only confusion, chaos, and more of the problems that we face, and finally we give up on ourselves and others. Instead, when we understand everything is from absolute, who we are, the conscious sovereignty that Bhagavan is beautifully saying, how we exist as conscious being, as subtle we are, like the space. It is there, but we can't see it, but we all know that we exist in the space. But if we understand that how we exist, this body is also made from that space, and the reality is also manifested from that. If we understand this science, Bhagavan says, if you understand the science of the dream and science of dreaming and the deep sleep, you will understand the science of all dimensions. Here Bhagavan beautifully gives us the Apta Pramana. Apta Pramana, the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Alvars who have manifested. Nandanar of all of them, the greatest Nayanar from Periya Puranam, where he was melting even the stone with his bhakti, ferocious bhakti, jnana vairagya bhakti, where he was singing that he could not see his Lord. Without seeing his Lord, how can he go forward with anything in his life? And simply the Nandi started melting away and simply moved from the vision of him, not standing between him and the Lord. And simply he got the darshan. When he got the darshan, it is said that he was running on the temple like a new kid got something new, how the small child would be running. He got the darshan. He was so happy that he was running around the temple like a little kid. It was just imagine how it would be when something happens beyond your logic, that Paramashiva manifests through you. You simply go into such a beautiful space. When you go to a temple and you pray, like you pray for your marks, you pray for your job, you pray for your marriage, all the different things, you pray for healing, all that becomes reality. How happy you are, and whatever you wish becomes reality. What happens to you? He was so happy that Nandanar finally just merged into Nataraja when he went to Chidambara. He is not even allowed in a temple, and he landed up merging in Nataraja, the ultimatum. That is the most beautiful science that Bhagavan is teaching all of us, to have the ultimate experience of oneness. Bhagavan beautifully says how we are created as consciousness and how we can experience the oneness space and into the superconscious space of how we are all made from the sea. Whatever we perceive, that is what is who we are. Bhagavan beautifully explains.
In his own mold, I say, God, whether he made man in his own mold or not, I don't know God. But I know Sadashiva, God. He did not make you in his mold. He made you in his own sea. Listen to this word. I am using the word sea. S-E-E. Not S-E-A. Listen to this word very carefully. See is an action. I wanted to say, when I see, one end is me, another end is you, another end is you, that's all. Because you are seeing with two eyes, what you are seeing, you can't absorb that into you. But I am seeing with the three eyes, what I see, I can absorb that into me. And I know it is my own other end. Understand? That is why I am using the word, not even seeing, see. I am giving you exact, literally what I wanted to convey. The relationship between you and Sadashiva. You are the sea, not seen, seeing, sea of Sadashiva. Listen, just now I made a statement. When you see through the third eye, whatever you see, you can manifest, manipulate as you want. It means what you see will be your own extension. It is you. See, if I can make my right hand bend, do whatever I want I can do, means this is me. What you understand as me is what I convey through the word see. In you, the me is only materially which is connected to you. In me, me is what is connected to me even by see. Listen. For you, me means what is materially connected to you. For me means what is seely connected to me. I don't know how much you catch it. I'll just tell you this small story which really happened. Arunagiri Vishra was trying to explain Advaita to me. He was sitting in the temple. This side, his left side was the Arunachala hill. Right side was the Garbha Mandir of the Arunachala temple. The front, I was sitting. Exact eyes you guys are having now when I say, me is see. How you are? That is exactly the way I was looking at him. He said, see this hill, this Arunachala, you, me, all one and the same. When you put the hand Of course, I was inside the hand. Literally, I saw the hill just moving, the Garbha Mandir moving, me moving and disappearing. He, me, hill, Garbha Mandir, all disappearing into him.
Beautiful. Now we can see the same thing, how the devotee is going to manifest the power of consciousness over matter, keeping the object on the ground, moving the object on the ground, clearly displayed as a demonstration. The power of depth dimension, the conscious sovereignty is real, and each of us can experience that, can be easily seen from the devotee who is manifesting the powers just by deeply chanting the Mahavakya, raising to the bhava of Paramashiva, Parashakti, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. So beautifully, here you can see how he is moving the coconut, not by any of the external help, but just chanting the Mahavakya deeply and letting it to move just by the conscious sovereignty. In a minute, you will see the coconut rolling over so beautifully that he is chanting the Mahavakya and making it move so beautifully. All these great moments happens when we surrender to Bhagwan's lotus feet. So beautiful. You can see it, that beautifully it has moved absolutely in front of you without any of the external help. Now all of us going to do that either on the ground, or you can use silicon. If you're going to use silicon, that is tab or cell phone, please switch off it completely. Let's get into the beautiful meditation. All these meditation, even as science has proven how it has improved the health, the abundance, and so much of auspiciousness, have now science has clearly proved, and especially Bhagwan being here as Kailash Kotyad and his presence simply manifesting as your reality, you can see all the abundance and happiness and bliss happening in you. So sit straight with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Keep the object. You can have a deity, you can have padukas, you can have anything that you are so connected to that object on the ground or on silicon. And once you place it, you sit straight with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Drop your identity completely. You are not so and so that society has labeled you, but you are Paramashiva, what Bhagwan has initiated you into. Hold that as a powerful cognition. I am sitting as Parashakti with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands, so alive, and I am going to experience this oneness with Paramashiva. Hold that, the highest cognition, that is Tyaga, and chant the Mahavakya. While chanting and you being in the bhava, something else happens. Like you have a matchstick and the gas, what happens? It lights up. Same way, when you are in the bhava and simply you start chanting so deeply, forgetting your body, then something else, you go into the space of oneness, the quantum reality, where you become that and manifest. You become Parashakti, what you can manifest. Moving this object, you can make the object fly or go and fall in any place or appear in many places. You can manifest n dimension that you know, each one of you here, hundreds of you who are meditating, who can experience that when you entangle with Bhagwan, chanting the Mahavakya deeply in oneness with Paramashiva. Let's start manifesting the power of depth dimension, chanting the Mahavakya. Mahavakya can be any of your Ishta mantra that Bhagwan has initiated also, Om Namah Shivaya or any of them, but deeply chant, your whole being vibrating with it, and deep listening to the Mahavakya.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So beautiful. Whatever you have experienced, you can share it. At the end, we'll have one more cycle again and again. If you're feeling you've not manifested, surrender to Bhagwan's lotus feet. Whenever you feel stuck in your life, this is not just moving an object, but it moves all your incompletion and all the blocks that you're stuck in your life. If you're not able to make somebody understand or make somebody listen to you, or something is not working in a relationship, all that gets cleared so beautifully when you are able to move something beyond your logic as conscious sovereignty. That is what Bhagavan again and again says. When you are in the space of oneness, simply the manifestation starts happening from the higher reality. Paramashiva is real. Paramashiva is who you are. Recognizing the higher self of you, you understand the deeper science, how to manifest your reality and move all the incompletion in life and bring auspiciousness, abundance, relation, job, satisfaction, everything in your life. So moving the coconut, it's so easy. We can take it with a hand and move it, but something else happens in us as the reality. And that is why the reason it also moves, the object matter moves. When you're able to be commanding as consciousness, simply not only you move the matter, but your life itself into the more auspicious direction, making so much of abundance happen in your life. So let's have one more quick cycle and the deep state of oneness with Paramashiva. Again, go into the bhava and chant the Mahavakya continuously. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. And let's chant the Mahavakya to see what prasada Bhagavan is going to shower on each of us. Whatever it is, keep surrendering to Bhagavan's lotus feet is the best way to unclutch from anything that you know as your identity. Sit as Paramashiva or Parashakti and just chant the Mahavakya deeply, and you'll see the object starts moving as your consciousness more and more merges into the oneness with Paramashiva. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Varni open up. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
So beautiful. Whatever Bhagwan has given that you have experienced as the prasada from Bhagwan, surrender to Bhagwan's lotus feet. Whenever Bhagwan gives the powerful cognition, apa manifestation, the initiations, and all that Bhagwan is showering on us, surrender to Bhagwan's feet. Again and again, the lotus feet will simply make you understand the higher cognition that who you are manifesting as the reality. The Paramashiva space in you becomes more and more radiant and powerful. The grace starts flowing in you as reality. How the great Mahatmas started having the grace and such beautiful space because of overflowing gratitude and overflowing go on contributing to others' life. So when you share all these beautiful things in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation, you can thank Bhagwan for all that he's showering on each of us. With that, let's end the session with a Purna Mantra. And thank you, whoever is contributing to Kailasa. Anybody who willing to contribute to Kailasa also can click on the $sign at the end of the YouTube chat, thanking Bhagwan, and whatever you contribute simply brings you so much of abundance. Every temple has a hundi, and every time we go there, we offer our simple dollars, whatever the unit of our currency, as simple gratitude, thanking Bhagwan for such a beautiful experience such a beautiful breakthroughs that we are experiencing. And thanking each and every one of you here who are manifesting all these powers of Paramashiva, experience oneness with Paramashiva. Such a beautiful experience. Let's thank Bhagwan with a deep earning. Let's end the session with a Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. See you again after next satsang for Kailash Kotyar manifesting past sessions. Thank you, Nithyanandam.